Good morning. Welcome to our 8th Write With Me session, where I am writing a fantasy book that I have up on webnovel, and you're here maybe to chill or to, have another face across the screen for me while you do some work, or to watch in fascination the utterly insane and inefficient process of somebody else writing. Actually, for a moment, let's take a look. This is the book that we're writing. It's yesterday it was considerably fewer views, so that makes me happy. It makes me think my publisher's doing some decent advertising for it. Not much interaction with it yet. Hopefully that changes. 7 chapters left, including the one that we're working on now before the 50 I was slated for are completed, so that's exciting. Very excited to be done with them probably tomorrow. Would love to have it done today, but that doesn't tend to be how it happens, writing 7 chapters in a day, unless you're Brandon Sanderson. Alright, so the party, Dury and his friends, they climbed the mountain. They saw the moat up ahead, essentially, which is, we established in a previous chapter, I believe, is where the dragon will attack. And so now we need the witch's perspective, seeing them get to that point. And then the next chapter will be from Dury's perspective again, having the dragon attack. Okay, we're in the real time. That's good. So looking back over a stream yesterday, I realized that if you're watching, you cannot see the word counter that I am bringing up. So if I do this and I right click, you're not seeing my right click menu and you're not seeing the pop-up that appears, which just tells me word count, character count, average word length, and longest word length. So if looks like I'm randomly clicking around, that's what I'm probably doing. So I can... Perhaps when this business with Derrydale was done. I need to remember that she tends to use his full name for no real reason. It's just a little bit of a differentiating factor in her narrative point of view over Derryzon. She would try to convince the wizard who had created the golden body to purchase the magic mirror from her. She had the feeling that particular individual might actually drive the genie insane. Oh, that shouldn't be possessive. It's not. The emphasis is not the body of the golem, but the body that is a golem. Choose, yeah. I don't want to have beginning to twice close repetition like that. You better not be having an upset stomach, Cat. I mean, of course I don't want you to suffer. But also, if you just ate slower, maybe you wouldn't, be having this gastrointestinal distress. Already break the cat's breakfast, his wet food meal, into a couple portions that he eats about 45 minutes apart from one another. Otherwise, he seems to have a really hard time keeping it down, the poor little gentleman. Let's say 5 now. We'll deal with your spyglass. Side Galabelle worms. The pole rush was done to be side Galabelle worms. Okay. This. Steaming water. Shouting. Calling back to someone. Movement value was odd. Despite that's maybe a little too introspective for her.
What's the word I'm looking for? Back when trying to give like a Tinkerbelly sort of sense. I mean, there is a word I could use. 50 years ago it would have been fine. It has some really weird sexual connotations now, so I'm not going to use that.
984. Exactly 1,000. That's 989. Thousand. Oops. Something I do appreciate is the reordering of this chapter list in Atticus is like somehow way more functional than most rearranged lists I've seen on websites. So that's pretty cool. So we'll paste this in here. This chapter should be called... Oh yeah, whoops, I forgot. I actually need to convert to straight quotes and find any ellipses. No, find any double... I mean, actually, before I paste it, what am I even doing? It's too early in the morning. I need to do an echoes check. Let's change this to the hidden spot. Nice place, but cool. A place Maladio wanted to return. Wanted to visit again for luxurious vacation. Genie. Considering how much Maladia had spent on such a fancy... Invested into more moonshine. Just calling backward. Oops. To remember the stories of our youth. Counter 988. that's fine. Repetition there. To ever exist. All right, that's fine. Now, what should we call this chapter? Gonna be really cheesy and just call it the final countdown? No. The Fateful Threshold, that's what we'll call it. So the word threshold always trips me up because I find it really weird that there aren't two H's in the middle, because at first glance it looks like a combination of thresh and hold. This says Old English. I don't know what this little character is, this combination of a P and a B. Is that pronounced fa? Is that just a precursor to both P and B that just serves the same sort of sound? Brushgold, Bitterscold, Baroshold, Dorsal, point of entering, a word of uncertain origin. Probably altered by folk etymology, of course, because, you know, as we said, it looks like thresh and hold. First element's probably Old English Brishkan, either in its current sense of thresh or with its original sense of tread or trample. Second element transformed in all the Germanic languages, suggesting the literal sense was lost even in ancient times. In English, it probably has been altered to form to hold. Lieberman, Oxford University Press blog, 2015, revives an old theory that the second element is the Proto-Germanic instrumental suffix thlo, and the original sense of threshold was a threshing area adjacent to the living area of the house. So the threshlo. Cognates of the compound include Old Norse threskolder, Swedish troskol. I'm just really sorry for butchering words in your language if you speak one adjacent to these. Old High Germanic Drischkolfli, German dialectal Drischkolfel. The figurative use was present in Old English. Really interesting. Huh. The Fateful Threshold, though. That's what we're gonna call it. And we'll do a Google Docs. Make a copy of chapter 43. This will be chapter 44. Toss this over to our active tab. See if it needs any changes based on the Google Docs. Enhanced spell checker. The Fateful Threshold, of course, being a dual reference to both the party reaching the point where the dragon can legally attack them after his parole god told him, you're not allowed to just go out and, you know, immolate peasants all over the place for no reason while you're on parole. But, you know, you still have a constitutional right to self-defense if they step onto your territory, which would be reaching the moat. The Constitution of the Gods, apparently. So the threshold is not only the party reaching the moat, but is also Melodia having a moment of introspection where she has the opportunity to reconsider her life and the fact that she's pretty much just wasted it lounging about and tricking people and, as of late at least, drinking moonshine, and thinking that, you know, maybe she could be trying to make the world a better and more adventurous place, but instead she just blames the circumstances of her birth and not being born into a good enough time, and she thinks, yeah, I absolutely deserve to just take whatever I want, and, you know, I got mine, screw you, to all the other people, because, you know, she's the prodigy, and unfortunately her prodigious talents are wasted because the gods decided to put her into a time like this, and so she just doubles down on her bitterness and decides she is in fact going to have the dragon come and murder Dury and his the letter Thorn. Thank you, George. And how is that phonetically pronounced? I don't know the names of most characters outside of just modern English. I know Ash. That's the only one that I know. I guess now I know Thorn. Okay. Where was I? Okay, the spell checker. She had the feeling... Yeah, she had the feeling that, unfortunately, because we, you know, read... Well, depending on who you are, you read more linearly than others. Some people kind of read one letter at a time. Not one letter necessarily, but one word at a time. She had the feeling, that particular individual. Other people read like a cluster at a time. They kind of like look at a paragraph and they just kind of like take in the keywords in a parallel fashion and sort of fill in everything. That's more how I read. That in my experience, that tends to be how people read more, when they read a lot and write a lot. However, you kind of need to expect people are going to read in a linear fashion, because that is how words work, and that's very much the the Western cultural mindset is linearity, so you have to expect one word at a time. And so she had the feeling that, and so using that to refer to point to a particular individual, rather than saying we're now describing the kind of feeling that she had. Not necessarily great. So I need a different word. She had the feeling this particular individual might actually drive the genie insane. Is there anything else? It's pronounced in English similar to th in thick. Thank you very much, George. I guess that's easy to remember, since Thorin also, starts with that sound. The poor wretch was standing beside Gillibill Worm's mouth. I don't know if this is how tribes people should be rendered. Just deriving it from tribesmen. My editor will tell me if I'm getting that wrong. She almost regretted, this is... Alright. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do for that. Down to chapter 45. This is exciting. Okay. Let me grab my outline here. And this is the tricky part, now getting into the climax of the whole book, which is potentially going to last 4 chapters before having a sort of wrap-up chapter in 50. So I guess before starting this, I'm going to refill my water and stretch my legs real quick. I'll be right back. All right. So previous chapter. It's the witch, this chapter. Let me see. This is tricky. The fight scene is going to last basically 4,000 to 5,000 words, probably. And this is, I've looked at older books that I have finished and the final fight scenes, because I tend to write, very actiony fantasy, so there does tend to be big fight scenes as the climax of the book. And it's usually the case that the fight scenes last between 4,000 and 5,000 words. Often they're like a couple scenes rather than 5 scenes long, although technically the way this is going, like multiple chapters can comprise a scene for this project, specifically because we're trying to keep the chapters shorter, which is not how I usually operate. So the parameters of this chapter compared to the next one. The outline simply says, Dury's point of view, ambush. Now, at least at this point in the outline, I don't have any chapters blank. There was a large stretch where the chapters were blank in the outline for a while because I wasn't really sure how the middle last third of the book or so was going to go when I was trying to outline it all at the beginning, because I don't usually use outlines Not because like I find them restrictive or because they take away all the enjoyment. I just find it extremely difficult to stick to them because I usually have a hard time planning out something interesting from the beginning, and then I'll write characters and they turn out different than I thought they were going to, and like, oh, they would never do this, so if I want to keep this plot point, I have to have a different character do it, and that's been a lot of how my outlines have worked. I've managed to stick to the outline pretty well for this one, though, so I'm proud of myself in that regard. But so this outline describes, I'm gonna send this to the active tab here. So Dury's point of view ambush, 45. 46 is try and fail. That's extremely generic, of course. That's a fill with content. 47, begin final fight. Surprise, yeah. 48, I believe that I initially had 45 and 46 being the party themselves initiate the attack. I didn't have initially the idea of the dragon and the witch being as active in this specific part. Which would mean they could have attacked over the course of 2 chapters in about 2,000 words and failed and like woken the dragon up, and that starts him doing all of this. The big thing that's going to happen in 47 is that Gus is going to grow to kaiju size and fight the dragon in a big fight there, and is going to kill the dragon, which is then going to lead to the witch stealing quite a lot of its power in a Skyrim sort of way, making her like the final boss. But I've got to figure out how to do this in the intervening 2 chapters here. So they're at the moat, and the dragon's going to attack. We'll have them cross the moat. We kind of need them to cross the moat for them to be intruding on the territory. So we will, let's see, was it? Yeah, there we go. We're gonna have them cross the moat. Consider having Gus drink water. See the... So there's gonna be like piranhas in there. See the How do you spell piranhas? Yeah, don't want this on Echo's check at the moment. Cat, you're very silly. See the piranhas. See the piranhas. You can even have shoot on poker staff in. It would be funnier if Hudson poked his sword in. And they eat the metal as he pokes it in, because they're like super piranhas, because the witch has given them like superpowers. I'm sorry for laughing at my own jokes. I'm sure it's considerably less funny to you than it is to me. Let's see. Like, we can fill some time by just having them do this, and Shudan can pull up a earth bridge with her earth magic, though it's going to be really hard for her to do so. Maybe because her power is so much weakened because she's away from the forest, she has to do an extremely narrow bridge, and it's dangerous. And the boy nearly falls in. I believe this is like, who did I hear talk about how this is like how they outline scenes? Like, yeah, they can write their story scenes very quickly by kind of making an outline for individual scenes beforehand. I feel like it might have been Brandon Sanderson. I know he at least talks about having goals for a scene, like this is the status quo at the beginning of the scene, this is the status quo at the end, and just write in a direction that points toward the status quo until you reach it, and there's your scene. And it works really well for him. He, wrote 5 books extra in addition to his ridiculous output over the past year or whatever, year or two. Narrow Bridge. Boy nearly falls in. Would be funny for Hudson to save him specifically because he didn't skip leg day. On other side, and blasts fire at them. Does that seem like 1,000 words worth of content? Probably. Let's see. My spacebar is still acting up. So I have a mechanical keyboard with hot swappable switches. I pulled out the switch. I cleaned the contacts. I reassembled the switch. I looked at the PC board real close, and I didn't see any issue, so I have no idea why my spacebar is acting up. I also know nothing about electronics, so maybe there was clearly a component that was corroded or something and I just didn't notice. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, the style guide for this book requires me to put the POV shifts like this, very blatantly. I believe it also requires me to be a little more blatant with whenever there's a location change, and I don't know that I've been on top of that as much as I should, but my editor hasn't told me to fix it yet, so hopefully I'm doing perfectly fine in that regard. All right, Dury's point of... What was the boy's name? Viniki. Let me make sure that's the right spelling. Viniki. 2 N's, 1 K. Vicky Mabana, Vicky. Was that... How did the witch describe the... note? To kill the dragon, the golem... The witch and the dragon. Goodness, that was at the halfway point of the book when she described it, so... That was a bit of time ago. Witch said, hold on. Good morning, she said, clutching her staff tightly. If witches taste spicier than other humans, your dark spirits clog the arteries, though, so it's good to eat you only in moderation. Yes. You saw the corpses on the way up, yes. You saw my moat. It had been a nasty-looking ring of steaming water nearly as wide as a river. She had flown above it without issue. Yes. So that's a roiling river of steaming, stinking water. It seemed to stretch in more or less a ring around the entire mountain. Don't ask me the physics of that because it's magic. In fact, Dury is going to ask the physics of that. A plumber friend of mine used to rant about how wizards are trying to invent uphill flowing water would put him out of business. Well, said Shudon, maybe they did, because this is nothing like any river I've ever seen. It feels like nature magic, but not the same sort as mine. It must be of the volcano rather than of the forest. Hudson stroked his beard, which had remained perfectly moisturized, even in the arid environment. I wonder if I drank it, would I gain a new volcanic source of power? I suggest you don't try it. I'll just say said Shudon. Might be my imagination, but this could be a moat. That's a weird sentence. Do you think it might be my imagination? What does that even mean in this regard? Have him say, I assume this is a kind of the real question is whether the dragon dug it. The dragon or Dia dug it. Still looking proud of his Cover. You mean if the witch did it, then she might have some kind of tricky magic involved, right? Well, I don't know who made it. Whenever we leave mutton for the dragon, just we drop it off much further down. Mr. Gallabell Worm lacks his privacy. Dad always said. Oops, that's not what I meant. Word count, 57 words, that's fine. I mean, if the witch did it, then she might have some kind of trick magic involved, right? It must be of the volcano rather than of the forest. I mean, this works. This sentence, my editor may not care for it. We'll see what happens at that point. Goodness. Eye twitching. Mr. Gilbo unlocks his privacy, Dad always said. And I think that, regardless, I think this means we're getting close. Should be fully on our guard, team. Usually the implement fairly gleamed with a greenish light, and now only a vine like strand of power curled along its length. Stare pointedly at God. You can have the bow and arrow. Afraid you'll sit. We cross. On that note, said Shudon, how do you propose actually do that? Even if this is just water. I imagine it would strip a lot of your clay away. Perhaps Hudson could... I'll say... Hudson could certainly swim across without issue. But I don't think the rest of us chance. I feel like a bit of a hack using so many action tags. Dury nodded slowly. Hudson stretched, shoot under a hand. Viniki's eyes went wide. Dury sighed. Dury frowned. But when you have such a big cast in a scene like this, and there's a lot of dialogue, you kind of need to use a lot of tags to make it very clear immediately. Who's talking? Dury frowned. You moved all that dirt before when we fought the... Is it better to name drop a guy who's not in the scene to remind people that he exists, or is it better to just reference the gnomes? Yeah, I'll do. Moving dirt surely doesn't take as much inner. It's blocking an explosion, right? Yeah. It's blocking an explosion, right? What's my word count at the moment? 432. All right, I'm gonna have to expand this a little bit before having the ambush. I'm gonna use the restroom. Be right back. All right. Yes. Okay. So, at least when there's only one female character in the scene, I can just say she and break up the repetition of her name more often. You don't really have that freedom when you're going between multiple male characters and have to use he for all of them. It's for that reason I was originally tempted to just refer to Gus as it, so that when I referred to it generically, people would know it was Gus, but I kept just writing him instead, and so that I just ended up being how I referred to him. She seemed from my body. As if I used a shovel. Unfortunately, there isn't I can. This is way too long of a sentence. Which would be a lot. Word count, 65 words. I won't expect a miracle, but I think you're still our best shot. Oh, look, some delightful fishes. They feel hungry to me. It'd be a lot easier if I could touch the water. It's probably a bad idea, yeah? Hudson swaggered forward, hefting his great sword. Fear not, dear sister. I will protect you and frighten away the vicious piscoidals. That is definitely not a word. Piscine. Is there a noun form of piscine? Piskin. There we go. Pissin. Pissan. Piskin. There's a lot of different ways. A strange expression came over his face as a sigh. Perhaps avoid the water. Yes. That might be for the best. His 626. Seriously? Okay. Hello, Karish. I don't know what VUM today means, but good morning and thank you for being here. I hope wherever you are, it's delightful out. It is 11 degrees and very sunny here for me this morning. You know, it was -1 when I got up, so 11 degrees is considerably warmer. I would love it to get above freezing today. That may be asking for too much. Perhaps avoid the water, he said. That might be for the best after all. Let's see, is there something that Dury can do here that would be, like, helpful? Since Hudson's already had the spotlight a little bit here, we'll probably have Dury be the one to save the kid. But this is tough. We could have him absorb water. We could have him be like really clever and make like a wick out of cloth or something that he uses to absorb water, but he doesn't really need to absorb anymore right now. I was hoping we could have Gus absorb some of this, she said. Might have been helpful. Say, that would have been really helpful in fighting the dragon. I mean, we could just have Durip say this instead of her. Really no reason for her to be the one. I was hoping we could, yeah, that would be, in which case we can cut that. I was hoping we could have Gus absorb some of this water. But if they will chomp solid metal, I don't think we have but if these fish can chomp through solid metal, I doubt even Gus's regeneration could save him. I should emphasize how many fish there are, I guess. Hundreds of delightful little fishes. Big ones, too. And they feel hungry. Oh look, a swarm of delightful fishes. Big ones, too. Feel hungry. Whoop. Sorry for knocking the camera. Nuts. She kneeled. Did she use an incantation before when she moved to the earth? Cleaning house, Temple of the Gods, Rusty Cutchel Tavern. I think it was Attack of the Gnomes. Yeah. Had a stray hammer knocked her up. Yeah, she used an incantation. Earth, like marching ants, be gone. Flee, turn aside, move on. So we should have her do a different one here because she's not trying to get the earth to just spew away. She's trying to get it to move into a bridge-like pattern. Ground reform be my bridge. Earth reform and be my bridge. Guide us. Guide us safe. Keep us safe with Stony Ridge. Right. Green light pulsed. Then the riverbank twitched. Green light pulsed between her fingers and the volcanic soil absorbing into the ground. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the riverbank twitched. Earth and stone at the water's edge quivered like jelly. Pulled in a long, dribbling stream. Very strange construction, but pulled in a long, solid finger. Yeah, that's just weird. It's not gonna work. Earth and stone at the water's edge quivered like jelly. It pulled in a mass only a pulled in a boulder-like mass. Forward. Is it covered the... How many feet wide should the river be? I know that rivers can vary hugely depending on where, what point you're at. This is a question that I asked in a very specific context for a river near me for a book that I edited over the last couple of years, and I had to just kind of pick our random and arbitrary value. The question is, how wide would this moat be? Enough that someone, even a superhuman person, couldn't jump it. Record. I mean, we'll just play it super safe and say 40 feet. Let me establish that earlier here. was about 40 feet wide at every visible point. Word count, 42 words, perfectly good. Count this one, 57, that's fine. 65, that's approaching the maximum, but is fine. Yeah. This will be like probably 57? 43. I can't estimate things. That was a lot of longer words-ish. There's a good 45 distance from one. Let's take everything I have too. Dury didn't oh my gosh, nervously. Too many spaces. He watched nervously as punctuation mistake? Why would that be a punctuation mistake? Why would that be only a single? Did I do like 2 single? No. Pro writing aid, you're acting insane today. It's the bridge of earth and stone thinned to barely accommodate the width. Roman's foot. He was now glad that he had lost so much mass. The battle against the vampire lord, there was no way. Such a puny construction could have withstood his. That'll do it, but wait, to be fast. Almost more than 10 minutes or so. Had been enraptured by this magical display that he words It's toward the cart. This magical displayed in Rapture Divinity. Shudon's words. His head swiveled toward their cart. Now we won't be able to take the donkey and everything. His voice is trombone-ish. Why do I keep doing that voice? We won't be able to take the donkey with us. You can have it on the other side. Won't last more than 10 minutes. Alright, so this pacing ended up being perfectly fine. No, the timing isn't going to work. But only on the other. Yes. What did the donkey say? Camping by the highway, right? That's, yeah. Okay. Do we retrieve the legendary weapon and selection of stored in I felt a twinge of anxiety as he considered how many ingredients his older previous could have taken me for injuries, but decided it was no point longing for a past that had now escaped him. of course, this is about as explicitly as I can, drawing the contrast between Dury and the witch, even though he's dealing here with a much smaller scale situation. He felt a twinge of anxiety as he considered how many ingredients he could have taken before his injuries, but decided there was no point resenting lost opportunities when there were things that needed doing here and now. After retrieving Dury turned with Hudson and nodded to the others. Let's go. Viniki sprang eagerly onto the bridge with his and Dury stepped behind him, worried in an oddly worried in a moment of protectiveness that's surprised. Shuffling as Dury heard the sounds of shuffling grateful to have friends at his back. As they crossed one foot after the other, Dury glanced down and saw a swarm of fish on either side the bridge. They were the creatures were each the size of a of a pear. Size, say, shape of a flattened pear. Just as the Whoop. Whoops, just as they came close. And that's a great place to end there. They came upon Viniki. Let's see. Enthusiastically at what appeared to be Mr. Gallibald Worm. That note said shoot on. Like, this is a closed... I don't know what you're doing, Pro Rating Aid. We should be fully on our guard, team. Alright. Echoes, check. And I will be right back again while I'm waiting for this, I guess. Right back. Okay. Right, doing the echoes check. This isn't nothing like any river I've ever seen. It feels... It's imbued with nature magic, but not the same sort as mine. Oh, said Viniki. Said, yeah, that's not close repetition of said, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, just do it. Dad always told me that's stronger anyway, Hudson. Dragged a hand across her. Druidic magic takes about the same amount of energy to perform work as to do it physically. I just draw it from nature, sort of from my body. To build a bridge across the river or moat or whatever, this would take the same energy as if I used a shovel, which would be a lot. Gus. It pulled huge mass into the river. This lump drove forward. This lump drove forward like a knife. just say drove forward. Growing thinner as it covered the 40-foot distance. Shoot on, it's getting too thin. He was glad. Vinnicky. The youth wilted but nodded. Words, that's fine. Dirty. Glance down. He swore. One. What did I just do? One licked its lips. Straight quotes. Atticus. A chapter 45. A bridge of hungry water. I thought rivers only flowed downhill. What do you mean I thought rivers only flowed downhill, spell checker? That doesn't make any sense in context. Looked uncertainty into the foaming current? What is wrong with you? Sweet spell checker. Okay, that looks fine. And we're going to, yeah, we'll keep that, yeah. Let me just make a copy. Chapter 44, so it keeps all the same permissions so my editor can see it. And send this to our active tab. Paste without formatting. Copy 45. Chapter 45, Bridge over Hungry Water. Okay. I thought rivers only... See, that's a good suggestion. I thought rivers only flow downhill. A Plymouth friend of mine used to rant about her wizards. I'm not seeing... Keep us safe. Well, yeah, that's a incantation, so it doesn't have to be optimized. Yeah, that ended up perfectly good. 45, Atticus. Log out. Okay. We are once more wondering how we are going to do this. My outline says try and fail, which, as we said before, was them trying to make an attack on the dragon. What I don't know is what the difference is going to be there between try and fail and begin final fight. So chapter 47, Gus is going to get thrown into the water and they're going to think he's eaten, but he's going to turn into a kaiju. Chapter 46, though. I could have a portion here where we have the witch's perspective again, and we get the hint that she's going to betray the dragon soon, if she gets the chance. Maybe the dragon insults her and she, I don't know, would even she think that she can do that? Like, like, she's very aware in the previous chapter that she's scared of the dragon, that a dragon is just so immensely powerful. Maybe she tells the dragon here, like, please, will you leave the Mr. Dury to a certain extent so I can take him back? And Dragon's like, I don't know where you feel like you can tell me what to do. I couldn't care less about your moonshine. And she's like, oh, okay. Well then. So we could have a short bit from her perspective, a few hundred words maybe, and then we cut back and Dury saves the kid. And then it cuts to the dragon attacking them. And they have a bit of scurrying around. They try to find cover, and Dury finally gives the kid the bow. And my intention has been to have the kid horrifically die. Maybe get thrown off the side of the mountain, and maybe we find out later that he actually survived somehow. Yeah, we're gonna start with transition into Dury. Okay. It's exciting to be coming to the end, though. Okay. Oh, it's scaly, pointy. Did I describe previously what the color he is? Burning yellow eyes. Red scale. Okay, he is a red dragon. Also, did I say how long just his neck was previously? It's huge as an entire ball. His. met his torso. Must be the restriction his parole god. What a loser. Dog to a Nordlack. But she told herself this was to distract from the way her body insisted on shuddering mortal terror. Sulfuric smoke billowed from his as he unfortunately a nasty habit of porting away whenever I try to eat you for your insolence. Well, Galabelle worm growled deep inside his throat. His tongue snaked out to lick gore from scales around his maw. She saw. She was smarter, this creature. She knew it. And more powerful. Where could even a dragon condemn another creature and eternity, torment, and humiliation the same way she had done to Derrydale? No. The dragon was nothing but a bully. He let all this physical power to his head. She was one in charge here. I hope I'm not wasting words now. 363. The dragon was nothing but a bully. He let all his physical power go to his head. She was the one in charge here. Barbarian can reflect my magic, she said. And does she have a decent explanation here for any of this? Maybe this is the point where she just realizes she really is of absolutely no use because the solution is literally just breathe fire on them. Now, if they had up on you, I think there's a very good chance they could have killed you. Strategy is attacking them. The strategy is attacking them right now. At least expect it, and they're trying to get across your moat. I don't think you really understand the point I've been trying to make. Now if they'd snuck up on you. Okay, I've got to go back and I've got to see what she said in the previous. Combining Melodio with just as fire. I didn't consume her, though it engulfed her. She had a streak down into the water, extinguishing flames that could do more than singe. Painful sun. That's it. I'm done being kind. Okay, how many was that? That was about 500 words. Hopefully that's fine, what I've got there for that. Of that. Beniki, that was his name. I can't remember the names of my own characters. Sure, I'm glad this body doesn't sense pain in most cases. That whatever vital essence decided. So Dury formed his to be symmetrical and perfectly I guess worrying about it. No. Okay, last. Still. Close call there. Good job not dying. Alright, what's my word count? 966. Okay. Use fire. Billowing toward them. Okay. Henry saw him, the unquestioned monarch of land in sky alike, whose robe was a scaled coat redder than blood, whose crown was a mass of sweeping barbs. His taloned wings were spread wide as though to engulf the world. His sleek, barbed tail, vicious enough to be a monster in its own right, cracked like a whip in midair. His fire, all-consuming, more violent than the deadly river, billowed toward them from a head as huge as an ox. There we go, all-consuming. That's a good way to end the chapter. Scars. Scars covered his chest and forelimbs, and a sealing matrix of shimmering runes surrounded his throat where it met his torso. Could even a dragon condemn another creature to an eternity of torment, humiliation the same way she did to the Riddell? Be a lesson for the rest of you. Once belly, yes, because I can never remember not to use a dash between LOI and verb. Oh no. Oh no, she said. Thankfully, he could pull away clay from his body and move it to another pot. A shockwave. He spread his taloned wingspan wide as though to engulf the world. All right. Is that I'm going to add a chapter 46. And when that's made, I'll move it over to our active window. There we go. Oh yeah. I did forget. Okay, yes. I actually need to do all the steps that I keep forgetting. Okay, our basic check's there. Echoes check. Okay, stretch more than wings. I'll just say he was more. I'm just gonna make it a little weaker for the sake. After a lengthy nap. He's parole god. You told me. You advised me if they have the magic of the gods. And you said over and over that now that you have a strategy for overcoming it, but you've never made it clear what that strategy is. She was smarter than this lizard. She was sure of it, and more powerful in her own way. Could even a dragon condemn another creature to an eternity of torment and humiliation the same way she did to Duridel? No. Well, you attack them now. Blast them with fire from the sky, and there's really nothing they can do about it. Blast them with fire from the sky, and there's nothing they can do about it. Now, if they'd snuck up on you, I think there's a good chance they could have... I think they'd have had a good chance of killing you. The strategy is attacking them this moment while they least expect it, and they're trying to get across your moat. I don't think you understand the point I've been, as they're struggling to get across your moat. I don't think you understand the point I've been trying to make. The pupil of his eye snapped shut, blinding Maladia for a moment. She rolled away just as fire engulfed her. The witch had prepared for this and teleported immediately into the air above that beach she had recently visited. She streaked down into the water, extinguishing the flames before they could harm her more than a painful sunburn. The witch gasped as she resurfaced, quivering with rage. "Ungrateful lizard," she growled. "That's it. I'm done being kind." I'm done being helpful, that's probably better. She raised her broom above the ocean surface and teleported away again. The swimmers splashing around her at the time were surely confused. Yeah, we'll just do it. He hauled himself to safety. He felt no pain. Expected. He was weaker than a moment ago. As he pulled both boots off and found considerable. Sure, I'm grateful this body doesn't sense pain in most cases. And I'm only saying that because I think there might have been a couple times previously where it was mentioned he felt pain of some kind, but generally, especially from like big injuries like this, he doesn't. And if I was really pressed, I would say, oh, well, he has, fail-safe sorts of pain, where it's like, oh, if you stepped on something that could damage, your human body, you feel pain largely, so to not leave something like sticking into your foot, to pull away instinctively from things that could cause damage after long exposure. But, being made of clay, there's not much of a reason for that. So maybe he feels pain in small cases. In big cases, like somebody cuts off your arm, it doesn't do a golem any good to feel pain from that. He knows his arm's been cut off. Whatever. Thankfully, he could pull away. Thankfully, he could pull mass from one part of his body so long it contacted him the whole time and move it to another part. It's only when the clay lost contact. Is there a different word we can use? So long as it will just say touched him. So long as it touched him the whole time, and move it to another part. It was only when the clay lost contact them altogether that whatever vital essence was inside it vanished. That its vital essence vanished. So Dur reformed his feet. Yeah. Viniki. You can have the bow and arrow now, said Dur. I think we're coming close to... The air grew hot as the most sweltering summer sun. A shockwave struck them all. A shockwave struck them, staggering them, and volcanic dust swirled in a maelstrom around them. Blinding maelstrom. Hello, food, roared a voice that could make thunder tremble. Duri saw him. The unquestioned monarch of the sky alike, whose robe was a scaled coat redder than blood, whose crown was a mass of sweeping barbs. He spread his taloned wingspan wide as though to engulf the world, his sleek bobtail vicious enough to be a monster in its own right. Vicious isn't the word I'm looking for. Awesome enough to be a monster in its own right. As awesome as... As awesome as a sea serpent in its own right. Terrible as an entire monster. Cracked like a whip in midair. His fire all-consuming, more violent than the deadly river, billowed toward them from a head as huge as an ox. Cat, don't do that. Tyrant of land and sky. I think the cat's having a bad dream. 1 second. Are you okay? Good boy. Okay. You sure you're alright? I can never remember when to use all right versus all right. Let me look it up actually. Yeah, in fact I can do one of these. All right. Frequent spelling of all right. All right, well, if that's what the spell checker is going to recommend as an alternative, I'm fine with using that. Okay, 1052, just like the perfect length, pretty much. Let's make sure I've got Duri's point of view there. And I'll make this, make a copy. And I'll send this over to our active window. Tyrant of land and sky. That's what I called him, right? Monarch. Yeah, Yeah, it's fine. I'm not necessarily directly referencing the... Yeah, it's fine. Paste without formatting. Okay, let's see. Oh, did I make 2 copies of chapter 5? Is that 45? Is that what I did? That's weird. Hold on. So the threshold, all right, to which I'm coming, 45, abridge. Oh, I must have made the did I make the copy and then go back? I don't know, but a copy over. Yeah, I think I can just delete this then. Let's see here. Okay, 46. Yes. Furnace like flame trapped inside the eyeball. Yeah, let's make sure that this is, yeah. Okay. Dory's point of view. To Dory's damage feat. As entire monster. As an entire monster. I think that's gonna be good for that. Gonna top off my water, I'll be right back. I'm back. Now, tomorrow's my deadline for this book, and tomorrow's a very busy day. And I've got the feeling that I am not going to meet my deadline unless I push as hard as I possibly can today. Chapter 46. 1 second. I'll be back. Somebody's knocking. All right, chapter 46 is done. So 3 more chapters of main content and then a wrap-up. Essentially. You begin final fight surprise. Okay, right. So he's going to... Dragon attacks. Dragon attacks. So the important point with the bow is that the bow is not actually going to do anything. Sort of. It's not going to save them. It's not going to kill the dragon. So the dragon attacks. Shudon puts up shield. Still is unbearably hot, and Drury feels his skin bake, weakening him. He throws the bundle to and braces in of him to shield him. Back, and it says something about having to redouble his efforts to break through the shield. Shoots a condensed white hot beam of fire Viniki shoots. And blasts. Shoots and cuts through. Shoots and cuts through the beam. Grounding the dragon. Laughs, says something about should have shot him in the heart instead of trying to save himself by shooting fire, bracing himself against the ground. He does a double wing beat. Hudson slams his sword into the ground, and everyone clings to him to survive it. But Gus goes flying into water. The dragon looms closer, spraying short range fire now that he's injured. Taking obvious joy in watching terror as he comes closer to being range. Gus bursts out of the water, size of a kraken, and smashes the dragon into the ground. And that's probably going to be where this chapter ends. 1 second. Yeah. And then we'll have fight in the next chapter. Gus pins down the dragon and is probably doing a good job fighting it, and it's going to be maybe the witch finishes it off. Just the summary was 160 words, so I think this will be fine here. If you can hear me in this Now to fight the tyrant who burns the forest. With more than this share and never. Still no other. I'm on stream, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Streaming?
Yes. Who takes more than his share and bows to no other power. I've been doing writing streams every morning. It keeps me focused, thankfully.
I made a Hearthstone deck. It's pretty
nice.
It's a squirrel. There's this one squirrel when it dies, you put 4 2/1 squirrels in your deck. When you draw
That's
them,
a lot of squirrels.
you put them out in the battlefield. And then, that doesn't count as your drawing card. It just goes in the battlefield. If it happens again, it goes in the battlefield.
Nice.
And so you pretty much just overrun. If my creatures live long enough, they can do crazy amount of damage by turn 5.
Nice.
Hey!
This takes more than his share and bows to...
Anyone watching?
Someone at the moment.
Nice!
Yeah. Yes. Burn the forest. Now to fight the tyrant. Yeah, that's good. The fire reached them. It hurt. For the first time. Long while. What true pain. Perhaps it was... Perhaps Dragonfire was more magical. I sought in magic. Fit. Malicious. Beyond the what even? And that magic gave a malicious effect. Keep up. Into his body. Whatever the reason. But then it flex. And punched his eyes shut. Turned back as I chewed on the standing staff. He does in the spectrum figures. So then crumbled. Do. But whatever this. Whatever the nature of slowly. One by one, the vegetation. After how dare you? Floating Galileo worm. Come to my home with the intent to kill me. Then rule over and die when I show. Roll over and die when I. So, when I castle doctor.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Yeah, that's definitely more than 70 words. Not really, as though. Or a feather. Oh boy, where are we at now? 8:36. swallowed it. What was the name of the village? Kilnwick. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah. Okay, yeah, not what I was trying to do. Just the real time. incantation that the bow itself speaks. be somewhat better lacking that. Still 1453. Genuine pain. There we go. Should have been destroyed. Need to, because this is actiony, need to cut some of these down, if possible. Making sure these are all proper ellipses rather than the ellipsis character. I'm gonna set it for an echoes check, and I am going to use the restroom while Right. 25 plus repeats. Just say from her. Natural sword. Easy. Okay, yep. I think that'll be good. What will be a good name for this chapter? Can I just rip off like an Evangelion episode title? Because that's one of just my favorite things to do. Also, the English titles for Evangelion episodes are far better than the Japanese ones. That's just, you know, kind of a constant for anime, I think. Usually. Maybe not for, like, I don't know, Dragon Ball, probably. I don't know. Anime titles just kind of suck. I don't know why the publishers always demand that they be like so incredibly on the nose. Although the beast that shouted "I" at the heart of the world, that's, I mean, frankly, that's not amazing unless you also know about End of Evangelion. Take Care of Yourself is probably better for that. Oh well, what am I gonna name this? now. That's a vague, generic title. I'm perfectly okay with that. Till my last breath. How about till hour? Send that over to our active tab. No, I actually need the Atticus version of it because the formatting actually works better. All right. Three more chapters until the end of the book. And I think that's where we are going to end it for today. Thank you for watching through this very long writing stream. I hope you found it interesting or useful or entertaining or neat. Now have a great weekend, and who knows what I'll be back to do